Check, check, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Welcome to another stream. Stuff together. Okay, let's check the notes. So, combat with Spidey and NPC reaction. So we've nearly actually finished this, and that would be combat done. Which would be grand. All right. Close some of these web browsers. Right then. So, let's just see where we are. So yesterday we did reactions to being hit in combat, particularly the animations. So the dude can get hit. Play an animation. Combat's pretty hard. Well, with these settings. So let's work on Spidey and death, I assume. We do have a bug. Entity state types. So if you give Spidey just 10 HP, we'll attack him and kill him straight away. The bug is when we kill the enemy, it's game over. So when the enemy kills us, it's obviously game over. But when we kill the enemy, it's game over, which is no good, really. Game over every time we kill an enemy, that would be rubbish. See, we attacked him then, and it was game over. And he also doesn't play any kind of death animation or anything. So we'll just tackle the game over thing. And Bossy, hey, how's it going? Kept getting woke up. Alright. Yeah, may as well just jump on stream, eh? Nice one. Hope you're alright. May get combat finished today. Move on to something else. Okay. So the death event gets posted. Should be quite an easy bug to fix this. The death event gets posted no matter who dies. So really, if the attribute character, so this is only a check, and get game state is playable character ID. That'll probably fix that bug. Oh, nice one. It sounds like you're making progress on it. Brilliant. So we only want to die right now if the playable character's HP is 0, not if any character's HP is 0. And that will fix that death bug, hopefully. So what will the actual Spidey do if we kill it? It probably just completely ignores the fact that it's dead. So it's dead now. They attacked it. So it doesn't really do anything. So who's listening for the death event? The animation controller is listening for the death event, and it wants to play a death routine. Now the question is, how do we want to stop the Spidey attacking us if it's dead? So with a combat brain, I assume we could put a condition on the entire thing. And that condition could be that it's alive. Now the problem is, loads of these trees will need that condition if we do that. You see how they don't have a anaglyph. Yeah, I'll have a look on Discord. Yeah, I don't have the glasses, unfortunately, no. But I'll have a look on Discord. Yeah, look at that. So these are the glasses, the red and green glasses, you mean? That's cool. So cool. It's just, it's a nice, cool, nice effect. Anyway, for like, you could play that in a normal 2D environment as a stun, couldn't you? Go like, and then come back again, and it would look cool. Getting stunned. Yeah, awesome. That's really cool. So how are you getting... So you're doing it on Octopath Traveler 2, is that right? How are you getting access to their UI elements? How's that working for you? How do you do that? Yeah, it's mint. Hooking slate, that's the UI system in Unreal Engine. So can you like, I don't know really anything about Unreal Engine really. So can you like give it an exe and it will like, so the Octopath Traveler 2 exe, and it will allow you to mess with it. So you're walking through the memory. Right then. It's very clever. So have you used the game's executable, somehow given that to Unreal Engine? Or is there a project? Do you have the project for this, for Octopath Traveler 2? Oops. Ah, right, and in DLL. Okay, cool. I haven't played the second one. Played the first one. It's really cool, man. Be nice to get a pair of them glasses so I can see the 3D. Really cool. Yeah, I really enjoyed the first one. Yeah, it does look cool. So the damage numbers in particular. So are you like separating the color channels out with a shader? Is it a color channel per color channel thing? Offsetting them in a shader. Or rendering it 2 times. Cool. Yeah, awesome. So we could actually say, we could put an action here. Like this, which is basically an empty one. And a success condition could be that the character is dead. Which should mean it would just go to here all the time because he's dead. Could do that. Oh yeah, nice one. That's awesome. I'm not great at 3D. I have like a this eye is a bit, my eye's a bit knackered, so it doesn't do much seeing really. So when I actually need to rely on depth, stereoscopic depth, it doesn't work as well, I don't think. So I've never really been able to fully enjoy the 3D cinema or anything. Yeah, so basically, like this eye's I have an underdeveloped retina I've had since birth. So I do like basically all my seeing out of this eye. So if I look down at my nose, I only see like one side of my nose. So it means when I actually do want to do like put the 3D glasses on, I just look at it through this eye anyway. I think I can see a little bit. I can see a little bit of it. Yeah, so you can actually move your eye. You can move your head around. Is that what you mean? Or move the camera around or whatever. Head movement in real life. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's clever. So we could just put make a condition where we could just say NPC is dead. Or we could build out a full attribute thing. Moves it how you move. Ah, right, okay, yeah. That's very clever, isn't it, that? That's really clever. So is this what you do for work? You do this stuff? So we might build out a game condition where we can ask if an NPC's attribute is within a certain range. Like greater, less than, or equal to. Greater than or equal to. Might do that. Okay. Game condition types. So we've got NPC range test here. That's really for 2 NPCs. It's range distance between 2 NPCs or something. Comparison between 2 NPCs. We'll do struct NPC attribute in range. That's really cool. So you're doing it on your own, like a self-employed thing. That's really good if you're doing that. I'm going to say entity attribute in range. Entity ID. Get rid of that 1 sec. Alright, yeah. Backend dev. Shader dev for shader stuff. Brilliant. Yeah, best of luck with it. I hope he can make a go of it. That sounds really cool. Alright. What we'll do, we'll stick with NPC for now. Because then we can use an enum. Right, yeah. So they've been working quite a lot on like R&D and stuff. Trying to get stuff up and running as in a presentable state. The attribute type. Attribute type. And then we want one of these distance test types. Distance test. And we want S32 value. We just want those things, I believe. And then we'll just make these things for it. Not NPC compare location though, it's NPC attribute in range. All right. Turn that. All right. So we just want to save all that stuff out. It's C dot. All right. So we want canvas draw combo box here. NPC ob.npc. It's been absolutely insane, yeah. I think it's meant to be the hottest day of the year tomorrow. So I live on the coast by the sea, so it doesn't get as hot as inland. But I think we're still expecting above 30. I think. But you can just go and jump in the sea if you really want. But yeah, it's been insane. Canvas, draw, combo box. All right, yeah. Nice bit of housework. Attribute, ob.attribute type. Draw combo box. Distance. I'll just say test. Distance test. Canvas, draw text box. Value. C.value. Ob.value. So we're going to actually do a min max with 0 in it because I don't want it to drop below 0. Boiling, yeah, absolutely. I'm hot now. My office is hot as well. Even in the winter. So I'm like in here, absolutely. It's very hot in here. But it's where my computer is. I think if I had a decent laptop that I could stream off, probably stream from my laptop at home, but it's absolutely boiling in here. Okay, so we want an attribute type, forward declared. It's only going to get hotter. We're only in June. Never seen ob. Always do obj. Yeah. Yeah, it could be obj, I suppose. It's just because it's the object UI renderer. That's the object. Probably should be O. My style, it'd probably just be O. It's only ob because I chose ob for the first ever condition that I wrote, and then I just copy paste after that. You see, I just keep the same names. Like technically, these are always the same as well. So this actually should be in the header file as with a template. You know, most of the time they're in. They're in header files that's templated. I say most of the time, not in these conditions or not in this condition file. It's just laziness, I suppose. I should go back and change it because this is basically the same function but with different a reader or a writer. All right. So we've got a funny error. Oh, because we haven't actually done the condition yet. Yeah, Visual Assist doesn't quite know what to do with function specialization stuff. So it basically pops out code that's not correct syntax. E for the event args, yeah. Yeah, I do E, or I do E or EVT. Event comes up as a keyword, but I'm not actually sure it is a keyword in C++. It might be. Like, I don't think it is. Like, I would write event, but it would come up blue on the editor in Visual Studio, so I don't. Yeah, it might be from C#, maybe. It gets confused. Yeah, like C++, I don't think really has any of that built-in event stuff like C#. Even though the C# one might actually be a library, I'm not sure. I haven't used C# for a long time. I really like C# though. I think it's a good language. All right, yeah, cool. Do you code with C# a lot? Yeah, cool. Nice one. I use C# for some of my stuff in my business, my company. What's the problem here? I'm having a weird error. They implemented that right. Nope, I have not. It's meant to go in there. It's Friday, innit? So my brain's not firing today. Language before C+ was C#. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I came to C# after C++. Around, like the .NET stuff. So it would be Visual Studio 2005 when I started doing C#. I'd been doing C++ for a few years at that point. Because that's when I think they released all of the, drag and drop, make GUI stuff. I think it was in 2005. It might have been 2003. I'm not sure. Yeah, I started off low level, yeah. Started off with... so when I was a young kid, I had a basic interpreter on an Amiga. I think it was an Amiga. But I wouldn't really say I was, like, really into programming then. We just had one in the house. And I did use it a bit. And then I got a C++ book, I remember. And it had a Borland compiler. So this is before Visual Studio was even a thing. And it had a Borland compiler, and I learned C++ with that. The thing is, C++ was very different back then as well. It wasn't. It's almost a different language now, isn't it? I remember crazy things like you couldn't even do this. You couldn't actually give defaults to members of a class back in the day. You had to leave this like not assigned and then assign it in a constructor. It had all sorts of like little things like that. Take it for granted these days. Oh yeah, cool. JT tag, yeah. Did he ever do anything with what's it called? Because you could program the 360s, XNA. Did he ever do anything with XNA? That was mint. That you could get an XNA license for a retail 360, and all of a sudden you had a dev kit in your living room. All right, so we should be able to give this we should be able to assign this condition now. All right, nice one. Nice one. Yeah, I remember getting something like, you plug into your PlayStation. I had a PlayStation 1 with Final Fantasy 7, and you could like give all your characters like 9,999 HP from the beginning and infinite money and all that. They would like poke into the memory and change these values. I spent a lot of time with Final Fantasy 7. That was a good game. That came out when I was 11, so it's like the perfect time for an awesome game like that to come out. when you're 11 years old. 11 or 12. Oh, that's really cool. Not heard of that XTX menu. So we could just put a condition on here. Condition number 13. So we want the Spidean HP equals 0. We want to invert it. So it's not equal 0. Or we could just say greater than 0. Which would mean this tree can only run if the HP is greater than 0. We'll do that. Now this tree shouldn't even run at all because this condition always returns false. It's always false now. So he should just basically do his patrol. So we can't actually get him into or we could actually set the combat state to dead. There's a couple of ways we can handle this. We could say we could put a sequence, could put an action which is set combat state, and we can make a new one called dead. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, it's good. It's like good good to understand how it works, like what computers are actually doing, isn't it? Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, floats as int. Yeah, good time that. So we could remove this condition. There's another way. We could remove this condition off here. And we could have another action node. Off here. Yeah. Yeah, because you only want to do stuff with memory. Let's go to C++, yeah. Yeah. Implement in modern C++. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, I think I came to C++, like I say, because I got a book. I probably got it for like my birthday or Christmas. Must have thought I plays, because I had an Amiga. Plays the Amiga a lot. And then we got like a family PC. And I got that book. Didn't get the PC for Christmas. I think the PC was my dad's. And that's the only thing I actually had. So that's probably why I just learned C++. It's because I didn't have anything else. Three to 4 years. Yeah. Yeah, C++ is really good for now, like understanding how a computer works. like I'd say to anyone who wants to learn C++, is you can't really treat it like learning something like JavaScript or even C#, because what you're actually doing there is learning to use their collections, their frameworks. So when you come to C++, like, by all means use standard vector, but you should really learn what standard vector actually is doing in a language like C++. With C# you would learn what an array is as a bit of code, and in C++ you should really learn what an array actually is on the computer. It's not just like magic text that makes the computer do things. It's actually physically doing something on a computer. Implement the STL types. Yeah. STL's big, but you could go through do a lot of the cool things. Like if you're really wanting to learn some cool, crazy C++, try and implement standard function, because that does quite a lot of interesting things. Or try and implement standard any. That's got some cool kind of techniques to allow you to do that stuff. They're like advanced. They would be advanced, I suppose, in the library. Wrap the pointer. So you need to wrap the function pointer. You need to work out how to save the capture list as well. So it's not just a function pointer, it's a capture list, which is the more difficult bit. Capture list can be of any size. It could be 3 gigabytes of data, or 1 byte, or 0 bytes. Yeah. Yeah, so standard any will probably, I haven't actually looked at the code for standard any, but it will probably use a very similar technique to standard function, saving the capture list. I've written my own called hybrid storage, which is a little bit different to standard any, but it's the same principle. It just you can lose a type. You pass it any type and it loses the type. And this is really useful. I use this in the engine everywhere. So my implementation of it, so the file is 433 lines, but it's got lots of extra stuff. The basic hybrid storage stuff is about 300 lines. So this works like hybrid storage, and then you pass in some space, so how much space you want, and then you can pass in anything. Standard vector in like that. Standard any cast. Do an any cast. I don't do any casting on this. It's all to do. It all works with templates, so it's a compile time rather than casting at runtime. So this is a little bit different from standard any in that you give it a size, and this is the size of S. So if you put in anything that's smaller than 64 bytes into it, it puts it on the stack right there. But if I had to put in like 3 gigabytes worth of stuff, it would do a dynamic allocation. So that's why it's called hybrid, because it's sometimes dynamic, sometimes static. Standard any is heap allocated. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, it's either heap allocated all the time, or it does this kind of approach where it's stack allocated if it's under a certain size, but you don't get to specify that size in STL, I don't think. It's just a size that they have specified. So this, so if I had to do like 2, this is only obviously 4 bytes, so this would get stack allocated in there. But if I was to do like, yeah, like 10,000 ints, that would be a dynamic. But yeah, as soon as you understand how something like standard any works, you could be like, oh, well, it's always doing heap allocation. Why don't we try and change it a little bit so we can use it on the stack as well and make it a lot quicker. 64 empty structs. I think an empty struct is a 1 byte, isn't it? In the language. So that'd be 64 bytes, yeah. Yeah. Test it. Oh, yeah, cool. So I always do little things like this. Like the latest one I worked on last weekend was something called what was it called? What was it that I just worked on? Indexable tuple, right? I don't think it's very useful, but so I probably won't use it. But I worked on it because I thought it was just an interesting thing. So if you have a tuple, like standard tuple int float, like that. To get the int out, you do standard get 0 of t, and to get the float out, you do standard get 1 of t. But what happens if you want to? This wants to be runtime. There's no way to do this at runtime. So if this was just I, for instance. So the way I would do this at runtime is I'd have a thing called for each type index. And then you put in t, and then you get a callback with an index, right? But the thing about that is, it's O of n for every lookup. Whereas what you'd want is like O of 1, wouldn't you? Just to get it. So this loops through the list every single time you want to find an index. So I wrote something called an indexable tuple. So you pass it like this, I think. Well, that's causing some errors there. Or is it standard ignore? Is that how it works? Right, and then you go t2 dot get, and then you can pass in an actual I there. So you can actually get the tuple by I rather than a literal number, and this works by doing like this. So you could say like float f like that, and that'll get this value out of the tuple at runtime with a runtime index. Now I don't think it's very useful because you need to know what type it is, and if you know what type it is, you probably know what index it is in the literal index. But I just thought, I've always wondered like if you could write something to get it out by index at runtime. You can index it with shorthand 4. With this, you can't index it with short. You could extend it. I didn't really. It was only really just getting it. You could extend it to index it, yeah, with shorthand 4 if you wanted to. But I actually have one of those anyway, which is for each type, which is a bit different. That's a bit different, but it's still O of n, so that's fine. Like that's like a normal for loop. And that would be like, that would get called once for each type, which I use all the time. So yeah, it'd be like in I equals to 0. I have to remember how this works now. Must be 1. So that's nice. It's a compile error if you put the wrong index in, which is quite nice, I think. Or it's just compiler because I'm not using it properly. Oh no, that's how it works. It gives a pointer back to the actual pointer in the tuple, because I thought that would be more useful rather than a copy. Did I actually delete this yet? Where this is getting called in the actual editor. Let me just go to the game state. Let's do it in the tick here instead. Not the world item.tick though. Tick. I have a before tick. We'll put it in there. Do you use standard cref at all? I don't. I do. I have. I do use standard in address of, but not standard ref. No. Yeah. So standard address of is you just get the pointer to it. I suppose it's similar to standard ref, I imagine, in cref. So what this does, and it's kind of clever, is it generates a like a V table of calls to standard get. That's how it works under the hood. So T2 there, it's got a table in it, and it's got 2 entries, and it's got the get pointer and the set pointer. So you can get values and set values in the tuple. And they're function pointers. So when you like call get, it uses the function pointer to actually, so it's still calling standard get under the hood via a function pointer. It's like quite clever. Yeah, I did it this weekend. Last weekend just gone, yeah. So it builds this table up in a standard array. And it's just standard get. The address of standard get, essentially, so... You could do t2.set I, and then you could pass in like 7 or 7.0 f. I don't actually think it's going to be that useful in real world, because you need to know what type I is for it to work. I couldn't get around that. And it doesn't make sense. If it would automatically work out the type, that would be like single function multiple return type, which I think is not allowed in C++. Yeah, it was off stream. Yeah, I did a stream at the weekend. I just work on the game at the weekend. I don't work on the game at the weekend. I just work on the game on stream, sorry. But I have had it in the back of my mind for a few months. How do I get standard tuple by runtime index? I just thought I'd have a go at trying to do it. But the whole point is anyway that even though I'm building an engine, I still go back and work on like more STL container type stuff, because I find that interesting as well in my free time. So what we're going to do, I was going to put in like a death. Yeah, no, yeah. I don't do it too much these days. Like, I've got a young daughter, so she was like wanting to just chill out watching stuff on the sofa. So I was like, oh, I've got a spare couple of hours. I just did that. She went to watch a film or something. That'll change. What do you mean with your job? Oh, you're having a kid? Is it someone was talking to me about they were about to have a kid? Do you think she'll take an interest in programming? Yeah, I don't know. She loves the laptop. She's only 5. So she can work the laptop. You do it at school. You know, when she gets a little bit older, they'll start doing it at school. Yeah, I wonder. It's hard to say right now because it's so over her head. If something died, like my thing about this is programming the death in the tree is it's kind of an implicit thing. Like a tree just shouldn't run if the character is dead. You know? I shouldn't have to program that for every single tree that I want to do. On about the job. All right, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's good to do it before you have kids. I started my company before I had kids. Years before I had kids. So she was born in 2020. And I started my business in 2009. So I had 11 years of working at the business before she was born. Yeah, a long time. Yeah, she was born like 2 months after COVID hit. It was crazy. So all of a sudden we were in lockdown and nobody could see her. None of the family could see her for probably first 6 months or whatever it was. This is it. Do we want all behavior trees to not be able to run if the entity is dead? Yeah. So my father-in-law's learning web development, which is quite nice. And my dad is very tech orientated as well. So he works in this office with me. He does hardware stuff though. So he builds like hardware and software systems for like big industry. Or he used to. He's kind of retired now, but he still does it. A little bit here and there. So he's not necessarily writing code, but he's building hardware, and he has a tool that he uses which is more logic block style, where he'll pull logic blocks out and it's all like, AND gates, and he'll put together big boards of logic, I suppose. That's what he does. Alright, it's what he used to do. He used to do as a full-time job until he retired. Alright, yeah, okay. You're the go-to, yeah. It's a good skill though, you should keep at it. Even just in like, it helps you solve problems in real life as well. Having a coding brain, being able to weigh up how you might solve things. Definitely helped me in like business world. Still asleep. Oh yeah, is that why you're woken up today? My Excel spreadsheet's wrong. Wake up. So I wonder if we should actually have like a kind of an actual NPC state thing. How would you kill this Spidey thing? So in the game state, with tick NPCs, right? And we could say like, if NPC is dead, continue. We definitely do want to recycle them. So we want to wake them back up again and stop being dead. You know, so we don't want to like... So when I want to fight another version of that Spidey, it's actually the same one. Did I go to uni? Yeah, I went to uni, yeah. Studied computing at uni, yeah. So going to uni these days is a very different question to when I went to uni, because it's incredibly expensive these days. When I went to uni, it was £1,200 a year. Now it's like £9,000. Illuminati, thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Programming, you know, I don't think any interviewer is going to say, wow, he's an awesome programmer, but he didn't have a degree, so I'm not going to hire him. I don't think anyone would do that. So I don't really think you need to go. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. There are a lot of crazy traps in this life. Student debt could be one of them now. Now it's so expensive. Just to keep you trapped in work, to keep paying tax. Yeah, yeah. I would, if you wanted to do coding, depends on the type of personality. Some people like structured learning like university, and it is very beneficial. If you can do it yourself, just try and get a job as an intern. Try and do some internships and get a junior role. You'll learn far more in a role than you will at uni. Did you go limited with my company? I've had both. I've done limited companies and sole trader stuff. So now I've wound it down a lot so I can do this. And I'm just doing sole trader stuff now. Yeah, cool. Work for Acer. Yeah, yeah. It's difficult for me to really say because I've not really taken the traditional indie path. The traditional, not indie path, the traditional software dev path. I did work in the industry right out of university for a bit. And there were people there that hadn't gone to university and were doing absolutely awesome, including like the founders of the company. I didn't stay in it long enough really to give advice, I think. Yeah. I know things like I'm a good programmer on my own. I have no idea really how I would be if I was working with a team of 10 programmers. Yeah, to work on stuff rather than learn. Yeah, yeah. I'm from the industry, yeah. That's what you need to do. I think I do it more as it's more of an artistic thing for me rather than job or money. I like it. This is equivalent of me coming in and writing a book for me, or doing a painting or something. Really? Yeah, crazy, man. Yeah, now doing your own thing. That's really awesome as well. So we could actually have like an NPC state, whether he's alive or dead. NPC alive state. Unknown. Alive. Dead. This might be the easiest way to actually solve this for now. When we initialize, so we'll spawn, when we spawn, we could say he's alive. Alive state is alive. And then what we're just going to do is we're just going to ask if he's, for now, we'll just ask if he's alive. This might not be the way to go. We'll see. It'll allow us to finish this combat off. And then when we are ticking the NPC, we're just going to go, if not NPC that is alive, continue. That'll still tick the behavior tree, that's the problem. That is the problem. So we might need something like an entity as alive. Cool, entity is alive. Use it for entity ID. Say if entity ID is less than the NPC ID. NPC. How do we get to the NPC? It's just NPCs. Oh, I've got an error there, that's why. Yeah, NPC. Entity ID. Return NPC is alive. And then in the behavior controller, tick and we find the instance. I'm just going to say there's no way to get out of paying tax. unless you're super rich, unfortunately. What a limited company will allow you to do is sign leases, get loans not in your name, which means you can leave the company if you want. Obviously, like if you get a loan for the business in your name and you leave the company, it's still your loan. So that's useful for that, but I don't know. Saving tax, I don't really know if that is maybe marginally. You'd have to see an accountant. Yeah, it depends how much you're earning, doesn't it? Depends how much the business is earning. You could probably take dividends if your business is earning a lot. Then you're still taxed on that, aren't you? So you're going to pay corporation tax and then dividend tax. So you'd have to work it out and see if you do save. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's very expensive employing someone now, especially because they just hiked the employer's national insurance contribution. So it's like an extra like £750 a year in tax per employee, I think, something like that. It's really expensive. So can we do instance reset? So we can reset the instance. So what we could do is you could say if not get game state dot entity is alive instance entity ID instance reset return state return. So we could do that. Like, do we want to run behavior trees on dead things? I don't know. We'll have to change the code if we ever do want to do that. That's the only kind of thing I think. Sunchella, thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Talk about coding or whatever, really. Yeah, it could turn into a politics call. Kill Streaks, thanks for the follow. Hey guys, I'm nearly at 100 followers. That's amazing. Alright, we've got some compilers there. It didn't like count for some reason. Oh, it's because it's in num count. That's why. Just working on combat at the moment. We're nearly at the end of this prototype of combat, which is we've got to kill the enemy. Get NPC. Okay. That can't be const. Which is kill the enemy. So we've written all the combat. We've done can do all the battling. I can die as the player. The NPC's a little bit more complicated because what do you do with a dead NPC in the game? Obviously you don't want to render him after a while, but then you might want to respawn him as a different NPC later. So you might want to keep him around. I'm not sure really. So all I'm doing now is I'm just putting a little bit of state in, which so you can ask the game state if an NPC is alive or not. So this is his behavior controller, which ticks what he does, basically. And I'm just saying now, if he's not alive, we'll just reset his behavior instance, which means that when we make him alive again in the future, he'll go back to his start of his normal behavior. So what I want to do is kill him and then him literally do nothing. Don't want to walk around, play any animations, and then we'll say when he dies, we will play the death animation, then do nothing. Turn on any coding stream. Oh my word, that's cool. ChatGPT knows about me. Well, don't tell ChatGPT, but I don't use any AI in my coding or games. Might offend them. Alright, so he's still walking around on patrol. Oh, we haven't actually set him to be dead. Okay, so we need combat controller to listen for death. Does it ever listen for death anywhere? G event death. The animation controller does. To play the death routine. So we probably actually want to play the death routine, then have him die, I would say. Or do we have him die and then play? Do we have him die at the same time as playing the death routine? So we could do it here. Do we have who's died? Yeah, the owner ID. So we'll do it here. We'll just say get game state. Set entity alive state. E.owner ID. E NPC alive state. Dead. Something like that. Set entity alive state. Uses for entity ID. EMPC alive state. New state. Yeah, we're working on a game engine on this stream and the game at the same time. So we're going to just go basically this. So we might actually return a bool here, whether we could do it or not. If so, we want e alive state, get entity alive state. So if get entity alive state is equal to the new state, return true. That's also looking through them. So maybe we just say for now, if MPC get so we just do MPC set alive state. Alive state is equal to the new state. Return true, and then we're going to return false there. Couldn't find it. And then just get rid of these compilers. What's the problem here? What is the problem? Syntax error, bracket. What am I doing wrong there then? Okay. You can tell I'm tired today. Friday, so I'm a bit knackered. Done loads of coding this week. Done about 5. Well, I did 3 hours and a half one day. But there are other days I've done like 5-6 hours a day. Okay, so game state events was going to do this. Set entity alive state. We'll just see if we get that. So basically, if we fire if we get a breakpoint fired here, we're going to say the owner of the death, which should be the Spidean creature, which is going to set it to dead. And then hopefully that stops it just doing... I want it to just stop doing anything, really. So we'll attack him. Now he's not even... he's not even getting hostile. Let's check I haven't actually left a condition on the tree. Yeah, I have. Let's try that again. There we go, he's getting hostile now. So let's... Okay, well he's not... I'm not receiving that event. I know why. So this G event death is currently only gets fired for the playable character, which is not actually right. We do want to send an event death, but we only want to push this if get game state is playable character owner ID. So when we push this event on here, this triggers the death sequence, like the you know, the you died and the game over and stuff. This just kills the character. So if with a playable character we push the ready state event, execute death, which is the actual character, the playable character's death, which is me, I'll show game over. We don't want to do that if just any creature dies. So hopefully now this event will fire. And then we will write a death routine for the Spidean then, and that's where he's going to play his animation to die, which we don't have. I'll just author a quick rubbish animation for now, because it's only a prototype this. I'm not worried about how it looks particularly. We'll go back and work on that in a few months' time when we actually do a proper pass over the NPCs. Okay. Are we getting it? Oh, I'm staggered. Staggered again. It's going to actually kill me. There we go. So we're going to set a live state to dead. And that's it. He's not doing anything. So, do we want to send an event here to say that the alive state has been changed? We won't do that for now. What we'll do is just say Spidean, what is it? Animation routines. And then we'll make a new animation routine for the Spidean death. So struct Spidean death routine. And all I'm going to have is an on enter for now. I'll just put a breakpoint there. And then in the rig, the Spidean rig, we're just going to say that the death routine for this rig is the Spidey in death routine. Now I want to see if that breakpoint fires. If we've built this system properly, that's all I need to do to add the death routine. And that means we can start off an animation routine, which will eventually lead to playing the animation of him dying. Right, so if this builds, I want to take a 2-minute break to make another cup of coffee, and then we'll author a death animation. If this builds and this actually works, we start receiving that event. Because it uses the same code path as the hero's death routine. So it should, in theory, work. Not tested yet before though, so it might not. Okay. So we're just going to go up and kill him and try not to die ourselves. Nearly died ourselves last time. Okay, there we go. Death routine on enter. Right then. So I'm just going to take 2 minutes to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Massive cup of coffee. Made. So let's just offer this death. Like I say, I'm not going for anything good at the moment. I just want to get it in the actual system that you can kill things. And then we'll go back. We'll do a full combat pass probably next year. Because I won't be working on combat for a long time after this. Right. New animation. Death. Death. How do I even do this? So just keyframe and rotate and translate on the body. And then we'll push him down. It looks so bad. And we will, whoops. How do I multiple select stuff? Make his tail go down. Ah, there we go. Didn't keyframe it. Keyframe them all, really. It doesn't have, I wonder if it has auto keyframing as a thing. That's what I would use normally. Ugh. How do I just play once? Not looping. There we go. I mean, it looks terrible, but it's probably good enough for now. We'll just use that. It's going to be fine. I don't want to get bogged down on like authoring amazing animations yet. Okay, so all I've got to do here is you've just got to go rig dot add animation, set animation track to death. So it's never going to leave this routine. So I'll have to work out that. BM false loops. Don't want to loop it. Oh, that's hot. Okay, so he's set to 1-hit kill at the moment. Hang on. I want to see this without breakpoints. This is probably going to look terrible. Ugh, there he is. He's dead. Oh my god. Alright, so also the NPC's alive state needs to get saved in the save file. Still dead there. So game save NPCs. What I might do, oops, not there, is just delete all these previous saves that I've done. NPC state. So it's going to go E NPC alive state. And then we're just going to say dot alive state equals NPC get alive state. Not right? Not like that, it's not. Don't want that semicolon there. Come on. Okay, we need to set the alive state as well. Set alive state, NPC state, alive state. Okay, so that should save and load the alive state now, which is fine. So when I load the game, he's back to being alive. I'm not too sure whether I want to do this alive state stuff. It was just a little thing I put in so I could move on. Tell you what I didn't do. Save it, make a save. I wonder if they spawn NPC at location, we should maybe just automatically make them be alive there if it doesn't do that already. Oh, I've got to do a save again. Save it. Remember to save it this time. So a quick save, and then we'll kill him. And then we'll just quick load. NPC. So he is already alive. Okay. So that looks like it worked. Okay, actually. He's very angry at me. Wow, that animation's terrible. What I actually want to do is see if he gets hit first or he just goes straight to being dead. Because what we could do is play the hit animation and then rig.q animation track 0 to death, which means he'll get hit first and then he'll die. Look up how a scorpion dies. Do I want to do that? Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. They just lay flat on the bellies. Here's the thing, I don't even know if I'm going to have this scorpion thing in the game. Because it's only a prototype. I don't want to spend a long time animating something that... Like, the art for the scorpion is... If I have a scorpion in the game, I'm going to redraw him. Because this scorpion's like 7 years old or something. Discord, alright, cool, yeah. So I'm going to redo all the animations and everything anyway. So I just need a stand-in... Look at that. See, that's an awesome one. Yeah. So we will do a second NPC pass where I actually design and make all the NPCs that are going to be in the game. And that's when we'll spend the time. For sure. This is just pure gameplay right now. No visuals. That's what I told myself at the beginning. Doesn't look actually too bad. Hitting a death. That's absolutely hilarious. If it's pure gameplay and you don't need to harvest loot off him, then just yeet him across the map on death. So the system needs to know how to play the death animation for an NPC. But not a great death animation or anything. You just need to know how to play a death animation. So like the actual thing I'm making is the death routine. What's actually in it doesn't really matter. It's just working out. So the main architectural thing that I've come to, design choice that I've come to, is you have rigs, types, and then you get to specify the routines here. So that's really the takeaway, I would say, from designing this system. So if I wanted to change how he dies, I could have routine 2. Or if I wanted to pick, I could make something which is just like pick 1. You know, could make something like that. So it's purely systems programming, I suppose, rather than artistic right now. You know, I'm probably going to like put in one more thing. Probably going to put in a tick. which returns false. And what false means, I believe, is we just end the routine. And then I'm going to consider the def routine for the spider and done. So that if this false cancels this routine, that's basically the bulk of the combat done. It's taken 17 streams. I won our 17th stream, I think, for combat. 5 hours a stream. It's like 85 hours of coding that to make combat. Oh, it killed me there. Here's a thing. Can't just do that, can I? I need to wait for this to play out first. So we need to do this. We need to listen for the event. Then we just want void point to death handle. And then we're just going to say e.type. If e.handle is equal to the death handle, and e.type is equal to interrupt, or e.type is equal to loop end, then we're just going to say the death handle is 0. I'm going to set the death handle, and this is just going to return death handle is not 0. Which would mean that this routine will just end when the death ends. And it'll just be dead probably. Or I'll put him back into the roaming routine. If he puts it back into the roaming routine, he'll stand up again. Interesting. Maybe we do want to leave him just on this death routine forever. And then we cancel the actual routine. And we wake him back up again. I mean, that's the physical bit of combat done. We do need to do experience and loot as well. There we go. He doesn't stand back up again. And we're not ticking the death routine anymore. So what routine are we actually on? Probably on the Spidey and roaming routine. Oh, that's the wrong place. Not on the roaming routine. Are we on any routine? We're on the death routine still. That's interesting. How come we're still on the death routine? Why still says he's on the death routine? Does his tick even happen? So we're not getting our ticks for some reason. Animation controller, tick, rig tick. How do we tick the routines? Where are we ticking the routines? Update animations. It's here. Alright, see you later, Invossi. Yeah, I'll be streaming till about 3 o'clock, I think. This here now seems like junk. Oh no, it's not. It's just because there's 2 break pipes on break opportunities for the code to break on this for each type. So we're only updating the animations for the hero. Ah, it's because this is in tick NPCs. The NPC is not alive. Now then, we probably do want to tick the animations for the NPC even when they're not alive. If not, it's paused. Because obviously we still might want to play animations when they're dead, like twitching and things like that. What happens if you smack a dead thing? You do want it to move. Alright, so we should now actually get the tick. We want to see if he does stand up again. There we go. We're getting our tick anyway. So this now is going to return false. And it's going to call cancel, right? going to call on leave, reset it, and it's going to enter the roaming routine, which means he might stand up again. He does. That'd be mental to actually watch him stand up from that animation. What does it look like? Ooh. Yeah. So what we want to do is basically keep him, just return true, just keep him basically in this animation forever. And that should hopefully stop him standing up. There we go, he's dead. So do we want to turn him off being hostile as well? So we're going to get rid of these, get rid of these. We're just going to go back to what we had before. The 2 calls. And then the combat controller does this listen for death anywhere. No. So all we're going to do is listen for death. So I'm going to put the make readies before the make ready executes, because that makes sense. The make ready executes come after the make readies. So we're just going to say got game instance events. Listen for G event death. So this is going to actually start listening for the death one, the death events, and I'm going to go if e.owner ID is equal to ID. Oops. So if it's us that's dying, we're just going to go, what is it? How do we cancel? Clear combat state. Clear combat state. If auto cc equals get game state, get combat controller for ID, cc, clear combat state. So that should just basically reset the character's combat state, so he's not hostile anymore. He's just dead. And then we probably want to award experience and stuff. For killing them. We'll work on that next. So I'm going to consider let's just go to my notes. going to consider this done. And I'm going to put in a new goal now. Get EXP off enemy on death. Off enemy when they die. And then get loot off enemy when they die. Okay. 2 more things to worry about now. So we should just see the hostile state. Goes back to none. There we go. Alright, so we need to get experience. So this is the attack. This would be the place. So this is where the attack happens, right? So if... Who's listening to combat attack? If the attribute controller is listening to combat attack, here, this is where they're modifying the HP, right? We can say, if we're at 0, this is where we could award the experience, because we're in the attribute controller. This is the person being attacked. Right. So if change attribute value, does that just return the new attribute value? Yeah. So I'm going to say auto new HP. So say dest HP, right? I'm going to say if dest HP equals 0 and the source combat control, and get game state dot is playable character source combat controller, e dot source entity ID. So we'll just put one there, put a breakpoint there. So this is the character has got 0 HP, and so the Spideon has 0 HP, and I, the playable character, have the one that's hit them. That's what this means, which means I can award experience here. So see if this breakpoint gets fired. Here we go. So we need to know how much experience to award, really. Or we need a way we need a way to tell the game per entity what experience it is on death. So we could use the stats here. So that's per attack level. Experience per attack level. We kind of don't want to do that though. So we want combat stats, right? So we want something like Spidean. Death EXP. Something like data EMPCID Spidean. So we could do loot here as well. So we could do something like on death. Award. E attribute type EXP. This could be called award. Well, on death, award EXP. And then we could have a range, so like 10 to 15 EXP. And then award something like some kind of loot bag. Loot bag level 0 something, or just a loot bag. Spidean loot bag. Could do something like that. I'm just thinking of in the future when we have more, and I just want to like be able to put in different types of loot bags, award different things. We could award like, could set up a system where if you kill them, you get their carbon or different attribute. You could get their status, get their stamina. Maybe just leave it open like that. So like award attribute, well, we'd call it award. That would be quite a nice thing to have, wouldn't it? That kind of, and this would be variadic, so you could have a bunch of stuff there. Could award 2 different types of loot bags. Yeah, cool. Maybe something like that. Killed on combat death. Don't really want to say on death because you might have different things in the game where they die. So different on circumstances. So I'll be on combat death. Okay, well, let's try and build up this API then. So this, we'll stick that down here for a second. Okay, well, we've got lots to commit, so let's just commit to save what we've done. And then we'll do this, and we'll work on this API. So this is data. Where does data come from? Combat stats controller. It's this data, which is NPC attack level stats. Levels. This is not kind of a bad name now if we're going to start doing. If we could. MV combat stat level. NPC attack level stats. We'll call this NPC combat stats. So we want a function called on combat death. Void on combat. And it's variadic, really. Oh no, it's a bunch. Well, it's a bunch of awards. So the template class awards. Say args because it might not be awards. We might want to do something else. Const args. And then we want something called an award. Get this to a point where this API is just compiling. Okay, so award can have multiple. So I could probably call this attribute award and this loot award. Maybe. Might be a bit nicer. So this is an attribute award. Attribute award. E attribute type. Attribute type. For min. It's S32, sorry. Min S32 max. And then we've got a loot award. Template class loot. Loot award. Const loot. Alright, let's see if this builds. Okay, that's good. So the only thing it doesn't have is the Spidey loot bag. So we may as well just put this here for now. Don't really want it here eventually. Okay, so that API now compiles, so we can do an attribute award, experience 10 to 15, in the loot award, which is the Spidey and loot bag. Which will probably be, you know, we'll be able to set up these bags that they are randomly generated items of restricted types, you know. So a Spidey and loot bag. So we could have something like struct loot bag generator. And then we could have something like our loot generator. Which this could have in it. So we could have a Spidey and loot bag. We have a loot generator. And then we could just do something like generator dot generate, and then generate item, inventory item type, and then we could have S32% chance that it generates that item. And we could also have generator generate one of, and then we could just have basically a bunch of types, inventory item types. Generate one of. And it just give you one of a choice of things. So we could have something like a struct weighted item, weighted loot item, weight, inventory item type, and this could just take a weighted loot item. Just riffing here, really, what I actually want to do. And this could be a weighted loot item of like envy item type. It's the weight first, so we'll say 50% chance of getting an apple seed. And then we just basically just say of an array of inventory items, and then we just say like items equals generator get items, like that. That could be a nice API, and we could just build these loot bags, call them whatever we want. You know, we could have one per enemy type, or we could even do it. We could make like on the combat stats, we could make like put a chance here, so 50-50, where we could like pick one bag or the other. Yeah, we'll work on this. Let's take a 2-minute break, use the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. So we'll go with this type of API for generating loot, I think. Okay. So, the loot generator, what did it need? Generate item. So we'll just, and that needs a weighted loot item. And then we need void, well, template class weighted items void generate one of const weighted items. Items. So we need to forward declare inventory item type. We'll just move that into the source file. Okay, just check we can build this. Probably need to include stuff for inventory, which is in inventory item. Whoops. Inventory item, okay. Yeah. I wonder if this needs just an ID. And we can just use the inventory. We could just have an inventory bag with this ID. The U64 ID is BM new ID. So we just make a new ID for it. And rather than us store the items in the loot bag, we just store a we just make an inventory bag with that ID, and we pass those items to it. We'll get there. We'll get there. So this is going to generate either 50% chance of a pumpkin, 50% chance of cannonball. So it's going to generate, it's going to have a 50% chance of generating an apple seed, and it's going to generate one of those using these weights. So it's 50-50. If I wanted it 90-10, do it like that. So it's 10% chance of pumpkin, 90% chance of cannonball. We'll do that type of thing. We'll leave it 50-50 for now. And this would be the Spidians loot bag. Okay. So now we need to actually implement this. We'll call this up to make it work now. So this is where we store the bag. Which is literally just an ID. So U64 ID. This is ID loot.id. Check that still builds. Yeah. So this ID refers to the ID we're going to have in here. So the generate item so we need just a space to store these. Or do we want to rerun this every death? We probably want to rerun this every death. Which means we want to do this, the template has to be outside. And then we just store the loot itself. And then the loot can get run. So rather than doing it here, we have bool operator do it here. So we can just run this to generate new loot from the bag over and over again whenever we kill something. Let's just void that. Okay, so now we need basically a place to store all these. So we've got an attribute award and a loot award. And we could just ask if it's an attribute award or a loot award, can't we? So we're going to have array hybrid storage U64 and this is the combat death awards. So can we do just combat death awards to add? Let me just add. Don't know if we can add variadic to an array. have anything like that in the array. Or we can add variadic elements in. We can do it like that. That's just not U64, sorry, it's just 64. If this was standard array, hybrid storage 2, would that work? No. Well, we're going to have to go through them then. How do we go through a variadic function like this? Okay. Args. So we're just going to go combat death awards dot in place args like that. Hopefully this compiles, which it does. Okay. So we just need to implement these now. Generate item, generate one of. So this needs to just be standard optional. Or it could be, so it could be standard optional U64, which is the item ID. And then we could ask the item system for that item later. So what that means is we go through here. How would this work? What we do a weighted thing on the behavior trees. What is it? Find first valid child node. So this does it with a discrete distribution and then shuffles them. Or it just shuffles them. So let's just copy this over. So the weights. So this is actually all just weighted loot item. Okay, well, I think the weight should be a U32. Alright, so we want T-Array, U32 weights, size of. We know that I compile time. So standard array, U32, size of, items, weights. And then we're just going to go for auto. No, I need to go through the items. I wish you could do that. I wonder if you can do that. So let's just if zero this out and see if we are. So you can't do that. You can't do that. Requires standard is same v item type weighted loot item. Like that. To kind of do operator U32 turn weight. Just experimenting now. So now a bracket there. Get there. I'll get there. Mess about with this syntax. All right. So I cannot convert from weighted loot item to U32. Try that. Such a shame, man. I'm sure I'm doing this somewhere. Enum array. I'm doing the same thing here. With an indexed sequence. So let's put this down here. See how complicated we can make this. It's only that it can't find the U32. If this was an array of weighted loot item, probably would work. Yeah, it does. But we don't want an array of weighted loot item, unfortunately. Well, interestingly, that compiled. That's interesting. So maybe this can get that out, the way out there. Let's put an int x equals 2 breakpoint there. Let's even put it here actually. So we actually want to run the Spidey loot bag to do this. So that is just basically combat death awards 0 run. That will generate an inventory bag. Oh, we actually need to get it out. So let's do it here. Arcs run. Need to get it out of the hybrid storage to do that. If const expert, well, okay, no. Let's just, that's not working because we're passing something that cannot be run. Well, an attribute awarded theory can be run, can't it? To actually award the attribute. So we can't run it on a const. So this probably has to be a right-hand side then. It could be const really. What is this problem then? Oh, it's the loot award that can't get a run. Okay. So, what we want to do, we do have a breakpoint somewhere. Not there. Here. We're going to just run this code and see what happens to the discrete distribution. Seems like this runs. Just check that it's using this, which it is. Brilliant. That's awesome. That's really cool. I want to see if we can get away with just being weighted loot items. I mean, that's not going to make any difference. That's going to just rename the type. I don't think it can. You can't just put weighted loot item there. No, it doesn't like that. So I'll have to, even though it's much more difficult to read, it's going to have to be one of them. Okay. Now I need to do a bit more of these. So we need another one of these called indices. And that's size T, I believe. Don't think it can be an array, unfortunately. Or we could just say size T. Current index is 0. And then we say what? So we go S32. Got type. It account. So we just want to try 1,000 times maximum. So while get rid of that comment. So while current index is less than size of items and it account minus minus is greater than 0, we're going to go indices index. Hello. Thank you. It's all right, no problem. See you later. So we don't want to put it in if it already exists in indices. How do you do that with standard array? How to work with standard arrays? Not very often. How do I find an element out of it? Oh, element. How do I? Element exists. So standard ranges find. I think it's actually just standard find. So indices.begin plus current index, the value, auto value is the distribution, the generator. We don't have a generator. What generator are we using? Where was it? That's the generator. Value. So what does standard find actually return if it's there? If it's not there? I never really use equals v.end. If find equals indices. Okay. We can add it in and plus the value up. Quite a long time since I've done some code like this. Code's pretty mental. And then we want to say if current index is not equal to indices.size, then we just want to shuffle them really. We just do standard ranges shuffle weights. We pick the first one. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to pick the first one, basically. So basically, if we just cannot, it'd be very, very unfortunate if we couldn't find the weight. We just have to shuffle them instead. And we just want to do we'll just do static assert size of items greater than 0. And then we just call generate item. Well, so it's called generate item of the first one. Weights, so weighted loot item 100 weights dot 0. Weight 0 dot item type. Else we do generate item 100 weights indices 0 dot item type. Pick the first one in the rearranged array. And we don't know what generate item does yet. It doesn't do anything yet. So let's just build that and we'll just see what happens. That's really mental code. Really mental. Oh, didn't build. Woot Dragon, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright, man. Working on, so we're still working kind of on combat. It's kind of finished, actually. We've killed the Spidean, and we're just working on loot generation. Like, how do you generate loot? Did you solve the include problems? What was that? Oh, those include, yeah, what we were talking about the other day. I haven't had a chance to go through the project yet. It'd take a while. Probably take a few hours because there's quite a lot. There'd be quite a lot to do to swap all the directories over. But I'll probably do that at the weekend, and I'll let you know. Right now, I'm just going to try and get combat finished today. Well, I've already done what I wanted to do for the week. So I'm just this is extra. Shuffle. So we need to define an operator for this to work. Is it just less? what we'll do is we'll do U32 operator. Don't do this very often. That one. Actually, it's this, isn't it? Wait. Don't wait. XXH3. Is that the hashing function? It's bool, isn't it? I think I have heard of it before, yeah. Boost unordered flat map. Well, I've heard of boost, yeah. Okay, how does this work? Auto, probably. Fast hashes, yeah. Yeah, cool, yeah. It didn't like that, actually. Even for strings, yeah, cool. Yeah. Boost was like really, really common quite a long time ago. A lot of STL came from Boost. I think they imported quite a bit of it over. At least the way that Boost do things. So it doesn't like that. Let's have a look at standard ranges shuffle. How do I shuffle my data around? Custom types. Okay, I will, yeah. Yeah, clever. So this is doing the probing or whatever it's called. So there's couple of ways to implement hash tables. The non-relocating version. So in a non-relocating, no trees, maybe. Oh, deleted the wrong thing. Yeah, it's quite a lot faster. Yeah, nice. Really cool. Yeah, yeah. So this is because it's allocating the full thing up front, basically. That's what. I think. Which is a very good way to do things for performance for sure. So the one I use in the engine is this one, FNV64, I think. No, FNV1A. That's what I use. Which it doesn't seem to have here. XXH3. It's kind of header only, isn't it? There it is. Where is the actual hash routine? It's in something else, probably. Wow, this is a big... Like probably a full library for doing lots of different hashes, isn't it? So these are the... Yeah, man. It says processing at RAM speeds. So it's basically like saying it's free. Or as fast as the RAM can get it out of memory anyway. Yeah, nice one. All I use in my engine is nothing complicated. FV1A. FNV1A, which is this. It's only a few lines of code. Apparently it's this one, maybe? Fowler null var hash function. So I need it for these like data integrity checks, really. Hashtags for identifiers, so it's a good candidate for stuff like that. That's what I use my hashing for. Yeah, I did check it. So I wrote, when I was picking hash functions, I think I wrote like an image processor using it to like see where it would highlight pixels on an image. And you can test how smooth the hash function is, you know. By basically like marking points on an image and getting them all over the image, so it just looks like white noise at the end, and there's no clusters of pixels anywhere where hashes have been nearly close to colliding and stuff like that. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? What was I going to look for? Yeah, standard ranges shuffle custom type. How do we do that? Not just integers. Yeah, nice. To do some benchmarks on your computer. See how fast it is compared to something simple like the FNV1A1. For larger inputs. Yeah, so if you were hashing like video, it might be really good. I wonder how it compares if you're just hashing, you know, a kilobyte of data. It'd be interesting to see. Well, does anybody know how to shuffle a custom type weight loot item around? I thought it would be able to do it with this, but it can't. Extremely low collision, yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean about the generating that image that I did to check for collision and stuff. Shuffling a vector of custom classes. Yeah, that's awesome. FX VA1. It's amazing, really, because the one that the FNV1A1, because it's so small, isn't it? Like, how do you beat that for RAM speed? That's it. It must be do some really clever things with SIMD. Because obviously this is not SIMD, but you can imagine like doing bits of the data in lanes to try and speed it up. Yeah. Yeah, cool. It's not even finding stuff with shuffle in it. Check it's like trivially copyable and stuff. It is. It's just that two things. I wonder why it can't shuffle with that. Let's just do the less than. Nice one. Yeah, you should do some tests on your own computer. That would be fun. Get some video. Get something. Do something small like hash a string, then hash an image, hash a video, and see how fast they are. Well, that's a shame. We can't just move these around. How would you do? There must be a way to do this. Everyone's using it on like integers and characters. How do you do any on a custom type though? Let's just look for standard shuffle, custom type. Yeah, so it's the SSE, yeah, so it's the SIMD stuff. That's where it's getting its speed increase. Yeah. Sounds awesome. I mean, maybe it's not. You would think you can shuffle custom things around. See where else I've done this. In-game clock. UI state. Weighted loot item. Is there a hash in the C++ standard? I'm not sure. Probably is. Alright, well, we're just going to pick the first one. We'll ignore that. It's not the end of the world. This is this is never going to happen. This is such a this is such a low chance of happening. Actually, we should probably do this as well. There as well. And we should probably do that here as well, actually. It's never going to be 1,000. Never going to be more than 1,000 children, so that's fine. Alright, so let's just run this. I don't know. I don't really know if the standard would. I don't know. Parallel 4 is faster. Yeah. But you could use in the 98 standard, you could make your own parallel 4 if you really wanted to. Yeah. If you're really wanting speed. Okay. So. I wonder if we can get the actual. Anyway, whatever. So we've got the weights. 50-50. It's ever gonna pick one. It did not. So that doesn't work anyway. No, you don't want anything slowing your game down. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. Speed's up there with one of the most important things to worry about. So this is just returning 0 all the time. Anyway. So it's not even working. I'm sure it works here. Never. Thanks for the follow, Nevo. Got any questions, just ask. No problem. Yeah, Boost's really good. Boost's always been popular, for sure. Definitely. Many, many years, yeah. 25 years, maybe. Okay, well, let's just make the generator right here. Oh, really? Yeah. I think I have read that GitHub thing before. I think. I do remember when I was reading about hashing. Value 1. There we go. It works if you put the generator right there. So that's 0, 1. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? You want to look at SIMD in general if you've not looked at that. That's really good. If you want to learn about really fast performance stuff. How to squeeze the most out of your algorithms. So you can have, like, obviously all your cores have got threads. So you could have 32 threads on a machine, but then a lot of machines have very wide registers these days. So you can actually, so it might have like 128-bit register, which is 16 bytes. So you can, like, I think it's 16 bytes. Yeah, so you can pack like basically like 4 floats together into one register and then do an op on all of them together. So you could have like one register with like 1 in, all ones, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then another one with a bunch on, and you can add them all in one CPU instruction, and it makes it really, so you can do stuff like that, which makes it like really fast. That's like maximizing your CPU, and you could do that for every single thread. So in theory, if you're doing something like hashing, which really kind of lends itself to this, because you know all the data up front and it's just streamed in and streamed out again, you can, you know, get your first byte, put it there, and then pack them all into a single CPU register and do a hash routine on loads of the data at once over multiple threads and everything. So you could do load. So you do so a register. So you can pack. So say you have for 4 integers. So say you have a struct with 4 integers in it. You can pack it into a single register on the CPU. Do you know what I mean? If you want. Rather than like just one register per integer. Which means if you do an add, so you have 2 registers and they've got 4 integers in each, and you do an add with the 2 registers, so you add the 2 registers together, it'll do 4 adds instead of 1, but it'll only cost roughly the same amount as 1 add to get 4 adds out. So it's like byte packing, but not in memory, like in the register itself, in the CPU register itself. Yeah. So there's these things, at least on Intel computers, called MM128, which is a type. Which is basically like an integer. You could say it's like 4 integers in one. So when you put that into a register, so when you load that into the CPU, it just goes into one register rather than 4 separate registers. It goes to a 128-bit wide register on the CPU. So you can start using them if you really, really, really want performance, you know. So a lot of maths libraries do that, because maths on, you know, 3D graphics is often 4 floats together, isn't it? So you got like a vector 4, or you've got a matrix which is 4 sets of 4 floats. So that's really why they exist, I think. Yeah, so that packs them in memory, which is slightly different. That doesn't put padding in between them in memory. What I mean is that, like, when it does the load, when the CPU does a load from cache into a register, it will load a 128 bits of data into the register, as opposed to just like 8 bytes or whatever. Or 4 bytes, depending on what it's adding. Yes, it's not the Pragma Pack. I know what you mean with Pragma Pack. Yeah, it's not that. That's the memory version. If you don't want holes in your memory, this is the CPU version. If you don't want holes in your CPU registers. So that picks 0 and 1 again. So indices are not 1. I'm just looking for a 1 0. Really? Whoops. Not 1. Might just set this up in a loop for a second. Yeah, read it. It's SIMD. SIMD like that. Read about it. It's cool. Well, this doesn't really look like it's working to me. Just not 1 over and over again. So even if I say the Spidey bag, say that like 1% chance and then 99% chance of a cannonball. One zero. So that worked. Got a cannonball. So why doesn't 50-50 work? Let's just say if indices 0 equals 1, debug break. Did it ever happen? No, never happened. Maybe I'm just doing it. Maybe I'm just thinking about it wrong. We could do it ourselves. So it's going from 0.5 to 0.5. And then from 0.5 to 1. Could do it ourselves. All right, let's have a quick look on Google for weighted random. Maybe it's simpler than I'm thinking, actually. Maybe we don't need this. Okay, so for auto, weight in weights. Or auto for W in weights, indices, for size t I 0, I is less than weights, size I plus plus, indices I equals distribution generator. Maybe we just do that. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe I was doing it completely wrong before. Not one. So that's not one. Not one. Not one. maybe actually it's because I'm describing it incorrectly. It has to be like this. Yeah. That's maybe what it is. 1, 1. No. Yeah, I'm not sure really. Let's try this version. Let's try this version. So this is, so it's weights. Okay, so it's 4. Weight in weights. This is just weight. Dot weight. This thing called random. So this is BM dynamic random between naught and sum of weight. Oops. And it returns this I. So that's just indices. Current index plus plus. Yeah, going all right. I'm just trying to get a weighted random number. Messing about with things. This is how I've done it in the past, but it doesn't actually seem to be working. Something like that anyway. I'm just looking at code online. Look, doing loot generation, you see. So I'm looking at cool ways to generate loot. Just make them all integers, it's fine. This is only really kind of scratch code, really. I'm just kind of experimenting. What's going on here? This is right. So it's actually U32. That might be fine. Don't think that built actually. Let's try that again. Try rebuild that. Oh. Yeah, this code is looking a bit mental. But it will be easy to use eventually, I promise. This is kind of looking promising. This isn't my code. This is just some code I found on Stack Overflow. All right. So we've got 50, got 100 weight now. The random number is 23. Okay, that went to nothing. So maybe that is 1. Hang on. That seems more logical. No, hang on. That's not right either. It's we could work through this. Let's just have a look. So it's getting a number like not 19. No good. Okay, so we get indices between 0 and 1. Rand is 65. 1. So that actually only included 1 index. So this is while current index is less than weight size, I think. Okay, so that was not 1. That gives 1-0. So that's pretty good. So let's, in the Spidey and loot bag, let's say there's a 1% chance of pumpkin and 99% chance of cannonball. One, so that's wrong. That hasn't worked. If we're just looking for the first one. If we're just looking for the first one anyway, though, we could do this, couldn't we? The current index equals I. All right, how's it going?
Tea.
Yeah, that'll be lovely, thank you. And that could be like that, maybe. Have you? We're going to call this sum. Thank you. We could just do this. Perhaps. So we've got two weights, 1 and 99. So we sum them to 100. Pick a number between 0 and 100. The random number was 1, believe it or not, which is crazy. So we're going to go through the weights and pick one that's less than 1, which is that one. So it returned index 1, which was the cannonball, which has a 99% chance. So basically, this has got to return 0. this was 0, then it would return the cannonball. So I think this is it. I think this is it. This is the way to do it. Which is nice because we don't actually need this index array that I was creating here either for this. So it's going to pick the 1% chance one. Yeah, all right. Real. So let's use this one. So we're probably going to do a standard optional size, well, size T, probably, because it's an index really. Current index. And then if current index, we generate the item with the current index. We'll take it out of this loop. Well, we'll leave the loop for a second. We'll say we'll say a 20% chance it's a pumpkin, 40% chance it's a cannonball, and a 40% chance it's an apple seed. And then we'll just run this again and see which one we pick. So the sum is 100 still. So the rand is 90. The rand now is 70. The rand now is 30. It picks index 2. Index 2 is the apple seed, so it chose the apple seed. Chose the apple seed again. This time it chose the pumpkin. This time it chose the apple seeds, and you're going to choose the cannonball. There we go. Now it chooses the cannonball. It's great. So it's generating different items depending on that list now. I'm happy with that. I'm happy to go with that. So now we just have to generate this. And we're going to say so if we just look at the combat, what's this? Where's the status effects? Attribute controller. So we'll pick this. So this is basically the chance that we will generate so we need to actually generate this item now, which uses the inventory item controller. So it's get inventory item, controller, generate the item type. Oh, thank you. And that returns a U64. So that is the item. So we just generate the item, put the item in the world there. Thanks, Dad. So this has to return that as well. Is item dot weight. So the loot generator has an array of U64 items. So this is just items dot add. Well, no, it's if auto item ID is that items dot add item ID. Result equals that. And then we just do items dot add result. So you don't even need to do this actually. It's called generate item. And these are voids. These are voids. This is actually turned out to be alright. So we don't need that. And then generate item is a void. And that's U64 item ID. Should we add in? Okay. So let's just run this. See if we just generate a bunch of items based on, it's like this is like a specification. It's a 50% chance that we're going to generate an apple seed. And this is generate one of these depending on the weighted probability. Let's just have a look at those warnings there. Definitely have warnings. Unsigned mismatch. So they need to be unsigned. Okay. So there's a 50% chance of generating an apple seed. So we generated it that time. And generate one of goes through this crazy routine. And it's going to generate a cannonball. Okay, so the generator in it now has two items called ID1 and ID2. And they're the items IDs. So we would have to get those item IDs out of the inventory item controller if we want the actual item itself. Cool. So where are we running this operator? It's up here somewhere. Yeah, we don't actually want to do that. But what we have now in combat stats is a really good way. So on combat death, attribute award, EXP 10 to 15 EXP, and it's going to have a loot award of the Spidey loot bag. And we can just put like more loot awards in if you want. Loot award, I don't know. Loot bag 7. We could just create different loot bags depending on what enemies we want or whatever. All new attribute awards. Okay. So on the death, we need to use this now. This on death, combat death awards. We need to actually use it. But first I'm going to have 2 minutes. Go use the loo. Okay, so I believe I have a breakpoint set up. And we should award the loot. There we go. That's where we should award the loot. What's this breakpoint? In the loot generator, so we don't need that yet. So let's just kill the Spidey and have a look at what this stats is. No, actually, we need the stats for the Dest Entity ID. So this is source stats. So if auto dest stats equals get combat stats controller dot get e dot dest entity ID. We'll break here. We'll set a breakpoint there, and we'll look at the destination stats and see what it looks like. So we just need to go up and kill this guy. Okay. Dest stats. Right, for the Spidean, we've got death awards, combat death awards, and there's two. There's an attribute award and a loot award. The loot award has an ID, which would be the bag of loot waiting for us, I would say. That's the idea of the loot bag waiting for us. So we want basically just like void generate death awards. So I wonder actually if the ID should go here. In the actual combat stats for the NPC. That's nicer, really. And we can put everything that we generate in, because we might have more than one loot bag. And we can put them all into this, the inventory bag with this ID. So generate death awards, right? So we want to do get game state dot create inventory bag, the ID, right? Maximum slot count. Oh, interesting. So there's a maximum slot count in a bag. Does that actually allocate memory based on max slot count? It does. So we're going to say 128 slots. Auto bag is that. And then we're going to go for auto award in death awards. What's it called? What do we call it? Combat death awards. If auto. So you want combat death awards types as well. We probably do. So we're going to do struct. No, we're going to do using award types. Standard tuple. We'll have an attribute award and a loot award. And then we want award types. Get award types. So award types. G award types. Award is quite hard to type on a keyboard. Okay. So on generate death awards. So I'm going to go for each type, get award types. Using T equals standard KT decal type of X. I'm going to say if auto data equals award try and wrap T. We just do basically just do that. Not quite that. That. So I wonder if we need to actually pass the combat stats in. So this type of thing. We probably do for each of the award types. So it's const. Well, no, it's just be combat stats. What is it? What type is this? NPC combat stats. And that's stats as well. And then the loot bags have to do it too. And then we just do if auto bag equals get inventory, what is it? Get game state. Get inventory item bag stats ID. So get the bag for this, and we just do bag claim items. How do we give a bag a bunch of items? So we can do better than this actually. The loot generator can be given a bag ID. And then we just do so this now is just stats.id and generate items. You have to go if auto bag, well, don't do that here. If auto bag, get game state, get inventory item bag, the bag ID. So we just put them straight in the bag. Bag create generate items. Item type. One. So that returns a boolean. Doesn't actually return the, because you can have multiple items. So what we'll do is, it's difficult. It's difficult because, yeah, you could put in like, you could generate 100 of them, in which case there'd be 100 item IDs. You can't return the item ID. Maybe we do a generate item, make a generate item. Or generate item. It didn't return a bool, it returns the item ID. It's probably a standard optional because it might not be able to generate the item because the bag might be full. We just generate a single item. Which means now we can do generate item auto item ID equals bag generate item. If that's going to happen, do items dot add item ID. There we go. So now we're just putting them. We're putting the items directly in the bag. Okay. So probably need to forward declare NPC combat stats. Loot award needs a default constructor. Why can't we do this? Look. That's no good, man. Right then. That's no good. That's no good. Because you don't know what type it is. Don't know what type of loot it is. We need using loot bags plus standard tuple. And then we want loot bags. Get loot bags. Create some loot bags. Talk about a little bit about the code I'm working on. Yeah, so we're getting right to the end of prototyping combat, and the enemy, we've just killed the enemy, and he's got to give us loot. So I'm working on a system to get loot out of NPCs. And the way that works currently is you have these things called combat stats, and this is where I can author what happens when you die or when an NPC dies. So there's an NPC called Spidian, and on combat death he gives an attribute award, which is experience, 10 to 15 experience. So you can just fine tune these to whatever you want. And then a loot award, which is the Spidian's loot bag. But this is very generic, so I can author different types of loot bags. So I could have something like loot award, loot bag 7 or something, whatever I want. And this is variadic, so you could put as many awards in as you want. So that's how you define what loot you're gonna get, right? And then a loot bag has this operator on it, and it defines what kind of loot you can get. So use a loot generator and it'll generate an item, apple seed, and that is a 50% chance. So there's a 50% chance it'll generate an item seed. And then I've got generate one of, so there's a 20% chance it'll generate a pumpkin, 40% chance it'll generate a cannonball, 5% chance it'll generate an apple seed. And obviously this is variadic, so you can have as many as you want. And then what this does, the loot generator here, so you define these basically for any loot bag, just what kind of loot, roughly speaking, you want. And then this takes an ID and this comes from the Spidey creature that's died, right? So the loot generator generates all these items, and then it adds the items into the inventory bag, the loot inventory bag, which is based on the ID of the Spidey. So at the end of the day, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call where are we? So this is the point where he dies, and I'm going to be like, death stats, generate the loot, and it'll create an inventory bag of loot that was generated, and it'll award experience and stuff. And then that, once I've got that bag, I can do what I want to, like draw the bag on the ground, or I can automatically give it to the hero. I'm not sure yet. So I'm just working out of a general system. Sorry, I don't know what that means. TYSM. So once the system's built, it should be really easy to use, because you just author this. So when you get a new NPC dragon, you would say on combat death, and this is what you get awarded. All right, okay, no problem. Yeah, J-Bone, anything you want, just ask questions. That's totally fine. I like talking about coding and stuff. So like the system under the hood is quite complicated, but it should be really easy to use. You should just be able to just author these. It's the way I'm going to set out all combat. So when it comes to actually new NPCs, when I make the game for real, I'll just have all this. So this kind of works for all, like, for attack level 0 for the hero, so that's where he like swings his sword. He just does 10 to 15 HP damage. But if I wanted him to actually damage stamina, I could just change that to stamina, and he'd start damaging stamina instead. So if it was more like a magic or some kind of, I don't know, some kind of attack that damaged stamina. Same with status effects. So the Spidey can produce 3 status effects. For attack level 0, you can do poison, 50% chance for 5 to 7 seconds. Attack level 0, petrify for 5 to 7 seconds, and they're on the same attack. So you could get one or both of them. And then attack level 1, he'll do a stagger, 50% chance for 1 to 2 seconds. What kind of data types? These so this comes in from, this is the combat stats controller. So this is kind of what I'm building out. So you get NPC combat stats. So that's the data here. Data. It's called NPC combat stats. And then you just have arrays, basically. Access to the combat level. So for each level, there's a combat stat level type. And then for each combat stat level, which is like level 0, level 1, level 2, you can have all the attributes on all the status effects that you want. How has it been shortened to data? So it runs on these things called enumerays, which is an array, standard array, but you don't access it by integer, you access it by an enum instead. And then I've just overridden the square bracket operator in this to actually look into the enum array and return a reference to it. So it all becomes kind of shorthand. So the idea is to set up the API so it's easy to use, even though under the hood maybe not so. So yeah, if you wanted to add a hero, what happens on the hero death? I'd just do it data ENPC ID hero on combat death, like that, and then I can just say like attribute award, e attribute type, look, so you could get like, you could award 10 to 12 luck to the person who kills the hero. But the shortening is just done by overloading the square bracket operator on all of these. Yeah. The goal is to like have the system in the background that you never have to touch again. You know, unless you want to like really change the way it works. And then you just kind of use the system in a simple way. I do it for all sorts of stuff. So all of the inventory items define like this, which is like a kind of JSON kind of style, but it's not, it's C++. So I basically have all of the prefab items, which is like the item templates, not the items themselves. And you can just like list specifics about the items, you know. So how does a pumpkin seed break down? Well, it breaks down into a pumpkin seed. And then apple tree shoots can be made from carbon, and they can break down into apple seeds. I hate JSON. Yeah. I don't use JSON either. It looks like JSON. It's not. It's C++. Then you can use like the ground shock master, which is a tool that a robot uses, and it's got properties, and you can just assign properties to it. So it's not stackable, which means that you can't, if you get two of them in the inventory, they occupy two separate slots, and you can do stuff like that. Carbon. Yeah, so the plan is to be able to like gather resources like ores. I'm not sure about carbon. I'm not sure. The actual resource types, it's all standing at the moment. It's only carbon and iron ore. But you know, when I'll eventually go through and design the game properly, and we'll have proper actual resources. So basically I have these C++ files, which are really just data files. And they just hold all the data for things. Travel to other planets. Yeah. So that is going to be the plan. You're going to be able to go down to a planet or an asteroid to gather the resources. And then the planets will have bases. So you'll like go to a base, which will be like quite a nice place. And then you'll step out of the base. And that's where you will find like creatures or resources that you'll be able to fight, or resources, or like, I don't know, we could have like quest lines where there's a lonely NPC out on a planet somewhere and he's a hermit. You know, there's like a load of stuff we could do. It'd be really cool. Okay, so I was working on this get loot bags. And that's because there is a problem with this. I can't do this because that needs a type there, and I don't know what it is. So that's going to have to drop down to there. And this is going to have to be hybrid storage again. So I'm going to have to lose the type. Oh, I can't type, I'm running out of energy. Tuples. Yeah, tuple. I use tuples all the time. Lists of types, so you get systems, so types that the system can support, basically. So if I want another loot bag, I'll make one and I'll put it in there, and this system supports those loot bags. Okay, so now that's good because this can actually go into the source file now. What, put it there though? Well, whatever, I'll rearrange this later. So what this has to do is has to go for each type in the get loot bags. Using T standard K T and say if loot dot, well, if auto data equals loot, try and wrap T. Now we can do it. (2D to 3D). Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Well, I was thinking actually about the UI, because after I've done this prototyping, which will maybe be in a few weeks' time, I'm going to like end the prototyping, move on to the next phase, and we're going to build out the UI, the proper game UI. So I might do some cool 3D UI stuff. Maybe. I was thinking about it because it's quite sci-fi. I might make UI that can like tilt back and stuff like that, you know. So if you put your mouse over the button, it could like tilt like this up and stuff like that. So we might do something like that. Yeah. The UI, you know, I'm going to spend a long time making the UI good because it's important to have good UI in a game, because it's basically how almost all the interaction with the player in the game is through the UI. So we need this as well. Yeah, so they're going to do a lot more graphics programming over the next... It's probably going to take another 2 or 3 weeks to finish this prototyping. I've only got one more thing to do after the combat, and that is progression, how the player progresses through the game. So it's going to be like skill trees and stuff. Did I download Diablo? No, I didn't actually. Forgot, sorry. I will though. Oh, nice one. I played No Man's Sky when it first came out, but not for very long. It's meant to be a lot better now, isn't it? So we'll get this compiling and testing. We're getting towards the end of the stream. Probably finish at about 3:05, so 20 minutes. Yeah, I've heard it's awesome. I wanted to play it just to fly a spacecraft into space in real time, and I was satisfied. And then I didn't play it much after that. So it looks like we're building. So we're calling this thing called Generate Death Awards now. Well, we're not. We will. So it's Dest Stats. Generate Death Awards. So we're going to generate the Death Awards. And this Dest Stats is who you have killed. And let's see what it does. Oh, survival game, cool. And base building, yeah. Follow him on Twitter, Sean Murray. And he's always talking about it. Okay, so he's set to 1-hit kill at the moment, so I'll just go and kill him if I can. There we go. So, generate death awards. See this code flow. So we're going to create an inventory bag. Got 128 slots. And the slots are all empty. So this is where we're going to fill the loot. There's 2 awards. There's an attribute award, which we haven't implemented yet, and the loot award. So this goes to the attribute award, hopefully. Yeah. So the attribute award. So this is where we would like give the player some HP or something, some experience or something. And then the next one is the loot awards. This is the one I'm kind of really interested in. So we have, oh, this is const. Well, to be fair, that might be fine. This won't fire because it's a const thing. Which means this has to be a right-hand side, really, which is fine. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? It's like, it's not a big company, is it, either, that make it, Hello Games. Down in Guildford, I think. So it's like a massive game, not many people working on it. Is it? All right, okay. It was quite small, I think, when they first came out. All right, let's just rebuild that because that crashed on something. Making a few games. Oh, really? I haven't followed them other than No Man's Sky, so I'm not sure. But yeah, great. Probably one of the most successful independent games ever made. Not reckon. Oh yeah, it was Minecraft. Yeah, that's right. One of the most successful British games then. Independent British games. Okay, we have a problem now. Yeah. Let's try standard move loot. $10, wow. RPZ, thanks for the follow. Got any questions? Feel free to ask, no problem. Yeah, and then Notch sold it for like $3 billion, didn't they? I remember. or something. It was a huge amount of money. It was in the billions. Didn't he like tweet jokingly, does anybody fancy buying Minecraft off me? And then Microsoft were like, yep. That sounds great. Yeah, I used to, yeah. He went, moved to LA, didn't he, after he'd sold it? Bought like Jennifer Lopez's house or something. Yeah, he's on record saying it was a bad move for him selling Minecraft mentally. All right. So this goes to nowhere yet at the moment. This is where we generate the the experience for the death, And then this, as long as it's not const, which I don't think it is, the loot now is definitely a loot award. So we go here. No, we don't. So it's a loot award. So try and get loot. So it's a loot award. So we need. What is loot? Loot is storage. Okay, what is X? X is const Spidian loot bag. And this is a loot award. What is loot? We've lost what loot is. Is a loot award. I've sent it to the wrong thing by the looks of it. Yeah, it's crazy, innit? No, it doesn't, for sure. I think he struggled with, he had his biggest success young in life as well. What are you going to do when you try and make another game? It's like, well, it's not going to be Minecraft. I said this is a loot award. Actually, no, hang on. Try it again. So what is loot? What type is loot? It's a Spidian loot bag. So loot now is a Spidian loot bag. When we come into here, right, no. It's copying itself. So it has to be in the type in tuple. So loot has to be in loot bags for this to work. It overloaded the copy constructor there, or the move constructor. Yeah. Yeah, he did. And that, you know, one or two people can make an amazing amazingly loved game. It was in the age of like, you know, Gears of War, like in Halo, where people thought good games were good graphics and all that stuff, and it just wasn't the case. Okay, so now we are a Spidey loot bag. So now we can call into it, and there we go. So we're going to start generating the items. So the weight was 50, so there's a 50% chance of generating the apple seed. So we didn't generate the apple seed because we lost that. So this has to generate at least one of these items. So we're going to use this weighted sum thing. So we're going to generate a cannonball. Get the bag, generate the item, 143, and we put it into the items, and it'd be in the bag as well. So that's it. Let me just wind out of that again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, if there might not be a bag at there'll be a bag at the end of this. So if auto reward bag or award bag loot bag because get game state got get inventory item bag desk stats, and then we need to get the ID in it. So this we'll have the loot now in this loot bag. Oh. He used to stream Notch as well when he was not as big. I do remember watching, I don't think I watched it live. I do remember watching one of his streams, streaming programming Java stuff. Now we generate that. Let's just hang on a second. Oh, we've deleted the wrong breakpoint. So we'll do a rough. We'll just step over this just to get a rough time. So we generated the awards, we'll get the loot bag, and then we should have stuff in it now. Slots. We've got 2 apple seeds. No, we got 1 apple seed. And that's it. We got 1 apple seed out of that. So we killed that guy and we got 1 apple seed. ID 143. So the combat stats then. So in the loot bag, we must have failed that one and passed that one. So I want to change this to something that's not an apple seed. Apple spark. So they're all unique. And what I also want to do is clear the loot bag. So when you do generate death awards, I'm going to do bag.empty. Because I want to be able to create a new bag every time we generate the death awards, a new bag of items. And then what I might do here then is just while this, and we'll just keep generating new bags. Then we can just watch it and see if it starts generating, see if it generates different bags each time. Because all these items in the Spidey and loot bag are all based on probabilities. I'm going to set off in a few minutes. So we should get different items every time you regenerate the bag based on that loot bag. Okay. So there we got slots. We got a cannonball. And then there, slots. We got a pumpkin. There, we got a cannonball again. And there we got apple sparks. And a cannonball. So it empties the slot. It's just called items.empty. I wonder what it does with the actual item. So that's straight up just basically casts the items into the void there. Anyway, that's working like a treat, that. So we're just going through and generating. And it's like pseudo random. So it's random based on what we define here. And we can make different ones of these. So for different enemies or different situations, we can have different loot bags. We can add to the generator to generate different types of items in different ways if you wanted to. So this is really nicely expandable. And then you just make one, you just define it here. I'm wondering if we even need the loot award as a class now. So we could just do this. Spidey and loot bag. I don't know, I think we probably do, because my idea was to be able to choose. You could do a loot award and you could put in a list of bags and you could like say 50-50 or 50% of the time choose this bag, 50% of the time choose this bag. So maybe we do that. Keep it like that for now. Right, I think I'm going to have to head off. Was it Friday today? So I will be back in on Monday, 9:30 British time, roughly. Try and get in it before 9:30 every day. It doesn't always work out like that. But J-Bone, thanks for the follow. So yeah, I'll be back in on Monday. It was a good stream. This kind of... We're almost there on combat now. Let me just check something on my list of stuff. So get loot on enemy when they die. Get experience off enemies when they die. Well, this is kind of not finished. We're just generating the bag We need to actually give it to the player. Give the loot to the player in some kind of way. Can't just give it to them because their bags might be full. So we have to figure out. It will probably involve a UI. So we might have to build a UI on Monday. Get experience. So we've got 2 more things. Then we're done with combat. Alright. I'll see everybody. Get them included sorted. Well, I'll have a look this weekend. See everybody next week.